What's up, Slipknot fan? What's going on? Hope you're having a good day. Just an average day. Weather's been weird. It's been like rainy and stormy and then hot. It's been like rainy and stormy and hot here, so it's been kind of like all over the place. But basically today's 27 Celsius, so it's pretty warm. It's gonna get pretty warm, but I'm right now I'm enjoying the warmer weather. I stand with the hot weather. The Nantam says, I come to smudge paint. Nice. Hopefully you're doing well today. Yeah, today is good. I fixed my door handle, like my screen door wouldn't like lock. It was like the lock wouldn't get catch, so I had to like make some adjustments to it. And then yeah, just staying on top of things. Nothing too exciting out here. Which 40k faction is this? This is the Tau. They're basically space communists. They don't look they look kind of rebellious. They don't look very space communism, but these guys are like part of their faction. These guys are under their wing. But yeah, these guys are part of the Tau Empire or whatever. I guess they're not an empire. I'm not really sure what they consider themselves, but they're kind of all over the place. They got cool, interesting units. They got a cool collection of various weird units, so I like them. Have you heard of Black Mesa, a fan-made version of Half-Life? Yes, I have heard of Black Mesa, and I have checked it out. Like I've seen the trailer and stuff like that. I have seen Black Mesa. Looks pretty interesting. I might get it one day. You know. Black Mesa is a critically acclaimed third-party fan remake of the seminal 1998 FPS Half-Life reimagined in the Source engine by Crowbar Collective. It is a standalone. Yeah. No, I've heard all about it. I've heard all about it. Commercial game authorized by Valve. Offering updated visuals. Are you just copying and pasting things from their thing? Yeah. No, I know about the that. Why are you thinking about getting it or something? Are you taking an interest? Are you taking an interest in Half-Life? I never got into Warhammer 40k, but the amount of effort people get into order to play this hobby is astounding. The amount of effort people get into. Yeah, I think the initial price of entry is a little high. I'll be honest, like it's a little high. I think, and I've never actually played Warhammer. I just paint them, so I can see why things are the way they are. I think maybe it's best to like paint an army quickly to get it on the field, and then like slowly improve your armies look by improving iteratively. Because if you set out to get the best painted army ever on your first go, it's going to take you a gajillion years to accomplish that. Never yeah, it's from Google. Yeah, why are you bringing up the Black Mesa? Are you thinking about getting it or something? I didn't think you were into like Half-Life stuff. I mean, I like Half-Life a lot. I never beat the first one. I beat the second one though. A lot. Well, I beat it like several times, you know. I was watching a girl playing Black Mesa. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's a good game. He's from Russia. Oh, nice. Did my message come through? Did my message? Yes. I think it came through. Coolio says, "Hey, Mr. Foros. Well, he has purplish armor." He's attractive and friendly. Wow, nice. Well, that's good. Always good to be attractive and friendly. I've seen some other girls playing video games. There was one that screamed when anything exciting happens. Most annoying overreacting ever. A lot of those are like kind of popular, like the overreaction streamers. I also don't really like to. I also am not really like into that content, but I guess it does really well. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not really into the super loud streamers. I think she'd make a great actress because she's beautiful in a classy way. Gotcha. I know one English streamer girl. And she's so calming and nice to listen to. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. The classic beauty. Augustus says, "Yo, hey, Augustus, how's it going?" Future Oil says, "What the? Is it really only Tuesday? Holy crap!" Yeah. I guess that's the case. The work is turning out amazing. Thank you. Just got an ad for a Gundam watches. You know what this company also makes? Satellite phones. Hello, Augustus and Future Oil says Slipknot fan. Just got an ad for a Garmin. A Garmin. I think. Sorry, there's like the way I got my lamp positioned. It's hard for me to see chat a little bit. I gotta clean off my window too. There's like a bunch of. I gotta like make like a tank slit for the for me to be able to see chat. There's a lot of glare. I might have to go get the napkin right now. It's like crazy. A Garmin watch. You know what this company also makes? In some survival documentaries, the only thing that would have saved people from their unpleasant situations would be satellite phone. In some survival documentaries, the one thing that would save people from their unpleasant situation, right? Augusta says, "Oh man, I miss Skip. Come to Twitch, Slip." Augustus is asking you to come to Twitch, but up to you. A satellite phone can call from anywhere on Earth? Oh. I didn't know there was such a thing as a satellite phone. I thought you had to get like a regional SIM card or something like that to use their cell towers. I'm not an expert in how all that works, to be honest. They connect directly to satellites rather than land-based cell towers, making them ideal for areas with no traditional network coverage. Don't they have that? Don't they have that SpaceX internet now? The satellite phones can make calls from anywhere on Earth, including remote locations, oceans, polar regions, provided there's a clear line of sight in this sight to the sky. Right, so you can't be in like a canyon kind of a thing. But can't you? Doesn't the how does that? Doesn't the Elon Musk? Doesn't that SpaceX thing kind of work the same way? What do they call it? Space internet or whatever. Starlink. Doesn't that kind of work the same way, where you just get it just kind of connects directly to the satellites? Not heard of space internet? Yeah, the Starlinks, they connect directly to the satellites up there. That's why they got them satellites up there. Starlink, something like that? Yeah. Augustus, tell me the truth. Are you a secret millionaire? You know too much about rich people stuff. I would love to meet a group of trustworthy guys and venture deep into the jungle in search of gold and geodites. A lot of people died that way, I feel like. The whole, like, walking into the jungle. That's how people got, though. Not only am I rich, I'm probably the poorest guy you've ever seen. I'm just a nerd. Yeah, I don't know, the adventure into the jungle, like, I feel like that's how a lot of people got. And I'm good off of, you know what I mean, creating that for myself. Rodrigo, hey, yeah, how are you, everybody? Hey, Rodrigo, how's it going? True, that's why I wouldn't do it alone. Yeah, especially here in Brazil. Yeah, no, thank you, no, thank you. The jungle stuff, that's crazy. That's like a lot of like experienced people die in the jungle. Like you gotta know what you're doing. In those situations, that seems like the jungle pulls you in. You know what I mean? Like there's no mistakes to be made there. I think one of the sons of rich people was eaten back in the 70s exploring the island full of cannibals. Story's real. Hmm. I never heard of that one, but you guys say so. It's real. I think the guy was a Rothschild. Hmm. But also, the guy was crazy. He wanted to explore one of the 5 places in the world where cannibals still exist. There are cannibals that exist, aren't there? I'm sure there's like tribes that eat people still. You know what I mean? No shade, no shade. You know what I mean? I'm not hating. I'm just saying. Mr. Augustus, Mr. Sunshine, let us know how it goes, okay? Mr. Let us know how it goes. Yeah, I'm not signing up for the jungle adventure. You guys, that's you guys. I wonder if Augusta saw the documentary episode where the one guy was in the deep jungle. He met some guys there. He thought they were cool, so he camped with them. He woke up in the middle of the night. Future Oil says, I'm busy painting an orangutan. You can't fool me, Mr. Future, you're a soldier. Nice. He was lost in the jungle for weeks without food or preparations. And they were talking about how that. He woke up in the middle of the night, and they were talking about how they were going to unalive him. So he got up and ran into the jungle, leaving the camp in his boat. He was lost in the jungle for weeks without food and preparations. Did he survive? Did he overhear them talking about unaliving him, or were they telling him? I'm just sort of curious about how he found out. Did they just let him know, or? You overheard them? Isn't that a crazy situation to be in? Like, you meet some people, you think they're cool, like they're super chill, they're helpful, but you overhear them talking about killing you or unaliving you, and like now that's like something you gotta like worry about, dude. And you have no way of getting out. But you can't. The thing is the thing you can't do is unalive them. Like, you know what I mean? Because if you do that, that's like illegal too. They were speaking in Spanish or something, and he knew enough Spanish to understand what they were saying. What if they were saying, "We're gonna feed him so well he's gonna die. Like, we're gonna give him so much good food, he's just gonna die," and he misunderstood. It's absolutely terrible. Yeah. I'm sure he wasn't sitting by the campfire. I'm sure he wasn't mistaken. I think they were actually holding a knife while I was talking about it. Yeah, they're like, we're gonna cut this pig. We're gonna feed him so good he's gonna die. No, I'm just kidding. Were they holding the knife all like villain like? Sounds like a down way to die moment. Was that a real story? I suppose, yeah. There was a guy who wanted to convert cannibals to his religion and got eaten as a result. There are many stories like that. I believe it, yeah. Sounds like a dumb way to die moment, but what are you supposed to do, though? Let me try to find an article if it's true. Here's my little corner of paradise. More than 100,000 people disappear every year. There are many predators in this world. He might be canonized one day. Yeah, a lot of people go miss. I know about the people missing stuff. I don't know, you know, too much about it. Yeah, well, in the documentary, they looked villainous, right? I can't remember the exact words of the article. In a situation like that, you have to switch off your mind and kill the guys. Then you deal with the police. Yeah, you have to be like, hey, listen, I don't know too much Spanish, but I'm pretty sure they said the word kill. And he was holding a knife very villainous-like. So I killed all three of them, right? I know, I mean, like, I don't have, you know, like, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. How do you sell that, right? It's a tough situation to be in, because you gotta live. They're talking about killing you, maybe. It's Spanish, and you're pretty sure they said the word kill a couple times. Villainous mustache twirling, along with holding a knife. You're pretty sure you're gonna have to do what you have to do. I don't know. That's a tough one, man. I think I kind of get it. I think a lot of people would run into the jungle, but running into the jungle that's also like a 98% chance of dying. That's also not a great option, you know. That's like you're gonna probably die anyway. Dehydration or getting stabbed by a vine that has a sharp thing on it, or a snake gets you. Something, right? I don't know. I'm gonna do leather brown on the bag, on the material back here. I'm gonna add some black to the leather here to kind of start it off dark. That when I use a regular leather, that's already going to be like a highlight in itself. So I'm going to work that way from dark to light. I don't know. It works for me, I guess. Those guys have typically have criminal records. That's true. Typically, if someone's considering murder, they probably did other bad stuff. So the jury would probably believe you. Yeah, it depends on. See, that's the thing though. Is what okay? So what country was he in that they have a jungle? That's the question I have. Like, what country was he in? Because it sounds like it'd be like some other country, right? So that's one. So you're probably not gonna get. Some countries do not treat their non-citizens like, as well. In some countries, like if something goes wrong, you're gonna lose. Like I hear from. Well, I don't want to point anything out. But anyway, I hear things that in other countries, if something goes wrong for you, you automatically lose. They prefer their own kind of thing. So if he's in America, again, it's real risky. Like it, The good news is though, if you just walk away from the front, like this is dark, but the jungle, if you leave a body in the jungle for 48 hours, like it's gone in 48 hours. 48 hours later, you come back, there's nothing there. It just the jungle takes its own. Like once you're dead, like it's not like here where like a body will be around for a few months. Like it's gone within like days, gone, nothing left. So there's that too. Photos, this one is looking really good, like a professional job. Nice, extra shiny and stuff. Let me try. I feel like they all kind of turned out good in their way. So far, this one's still got a little ways to go. But truth be told, more crime and insanity happens in the single ghetto block. Oh, thanks for bringing that up. Oros, this one is looking really good. Dude, you're not going to believe this. I swear 15 years ago I saw a documentary about this on Discovery 5 p.m. To this day I can't believe they showed it. Oh, yeah? They literally threw 5 human bodies into a horse and documented what happened, showing it in detail. Oh wow. They got 5 human bodies for the show? That seems unlikely. What kind of paperwork did they have to what kind of where do you apply to get bodies for a show? Like, do you call what do they call the crematorium and just be like, hey, you guys got 5 bodies that don't have the money to bury them? We'll take them for an experiment really quick. Sounds like a Rotten Tomatoes moment. I don't think you can get bodies like that for a show. Can you? Can you imagine like Mr. Beast just gets bodies for his next episode? Like, I'm sure like some scientists have like some universities have some way to access like bodies, right? Unless you have connections to hospitals, the family signed a waiver or something. They commented that they were bodies of homeless people that and people who were going to be buried as indignant. I don't even know what that word is. That actually sounds illegal to me. Yeah, highly illegal. Unless they have connections to hospitals and families, a waiver or something. Poor guy though. I don't think they deserve that. They turned it into content. Yeah, that sounds pretty dark. That sounds pretty dark, but no shade, I guess, you know. But yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. But I swear they showed it in detail. Here's the body a week later, a month later, 6 months later. That's crazy. I don't know. I've never even like what show where did they show that show? I've never even heard of anything like that.
Samantha, welcome. Samantha at Foros, at Coolio, and chat. Thank you for stopping by. How's media? Wait, with how media is now, I believe you. I just don't think it's ethical. Yeah, was this recent or yeah? I am a little bit worried about making content out of that because it seems like that's like a step we don't need. Is like where we're like kind of sliding into. I'd be a little worried if like, you know, making content out of dead bodies. Like imagine like if like the next step on like TikTok is they just like light one on fire and use a catapult to like launch it across the sky just like for funsies. I feel like we're not too far away. We're not like that far away from that anymore. So that's what I'm worried about when I hear things like that. I'm like, ooh, how far are we from just like, you know what I mean, just doing something really crazy? It's not only unethical, it was terrible. You can't imagine how, the awful scene. 15 years ago? So 2000, what, 10-ish? Coolio says, dude, a few months ago, I stumbled upon a YouTube channel spreading popcorn. Then I got eaten by several creatures in the forest. It was monitored 24/7, but they only shown the highlights in the video. I'm guessing it would be something similar. But damn. They've had to take many legal measures against YouTubers that are dozens of places that are banned nowadays precisely because people insist on creating content. Oh. Yeah, oh my god. This isn't related to what you were talking about, but just like insane things that are insane that happen to people. I remember there was a dude, right, who owned land in America. He owns private land. The conservation police came up, they rolled up, and they put a tracking camera for monitoring wildlife on one of his trees on his land. He was on his ATV one day. He's, you know, just checking things out. And sees that there's like a random camera on one of his trees, so he doesn't know what that about. Well, he removes it, and then the state like gives him like some crazy punishment, for that. And I don't know, it was like some federal offense, you know, preservation, like, and then so he is in a lawsuit with them, trying to fight this. Right, but he doesn't have a gajillion dollars to fight something like that. Isn't that crazy that can happen? That they wouldn't immediately just back down because they're clearly in the wrong? Augustus, you can make YouTube channels saving stupid content creators in the Amazon? I had to call out an office mate viewing watch people die on Reddit. Wait, what the? I had to call out an office mate viewing bad things. He asked me if the guy in video survived. The title says it all. I don't view stuff like that in the office network. That's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy. We live our lives hoping for the best. The truth is the government can screw you over. Well, yeah, it can. I mean, that's a pretty rare moment, but the disturbing thing is like the fact that they're not backing down immediately, right? Like, it would be like if you were drinking, inside your house and a cop car hit your house, and then you got charged with drunk driving. Like, it would be like that level of like, this is crazy. It's like, wait, you were drunk driving. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would I get charged with anything? You're on my land. Zyliner, hello, how's it going? I see God has left chat. Yeah, we were just talking about all kinds of stuff today. Kind of going all over the place. Zyliner, how's it going? How's it going visually? Damn. Accidentally touched the side of that knife. I'm gonna have to fix that somehow. Crap, I wish I hadn't done that. The other thing I forgot is actually to put any kind of dirt on the ground here. Doing good? Good, man. Good to hear, good to hear. Anyway, I can fix that later with black paint. Cannibals are eating our rainforest clean until there were more humans. Until there were more humans. Sorry, I'm just mixing this color. I gotta get this color right. Sometimes it's just the paint is like dry. Gotta wet it up. Cool figurine. Thank you, Zyliner. Thank you, thank you. I know a lot of them look very similar, but I gotta get through this project. I just gotta get through this mini project. We'll move on to bigger, better things. Well, not bigger, better things, but you know what I mean. If there's one thing you did, it was to give each of them individuality. I try. I think that if you look at the Imperial Guard box, like, I don't know, I think it's just maybe back then, because this box set was bought back in high school, like it was 2001, right? My friend bought it, and now I'm painting them. So maybe like they didn't put that many different figures into it, you know what I mean? Maybe back then it was a little bit more. They weren't trying to work that hard. Like, they were gonna give you what they were gonna give you, and that was it. But I could be wrong about that. I'm just saying that maybe because like a lot of them have the same stance, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, they're just the same guy. Well, you know, pretty much. So I don't know. Like, I was looking at my Imperial Guard that I bought more recently, like 2 years ago, and it looks a lot more different. Like, each one of them is like different, pretty much. If I could, I would give you a 238 watercolor paper pads as a gift. Why do I need that? I tried doing if you're talking about like mixing colors on it, that doesn't work for me.
I have a wet palette. It just doesn't work as reliably. A wet palette. I couldn't get a wet palette to go to work for me. The crew always reminds me of the war paint on the orcs in the Lord of the Rings. Black painted face covered with lime. Look nasty in a good way. Yeah. Hi, Coolio. If there's one thing, if I could, so you could see what it's like to draw. So you could see what it's like to draw on the watercolor paper pad.
If the heart stops just from looking at it, then the war paint has served its purpose. True. Foro is gonna check out the painter teacher guy. Be back later. All right, buddy. Dave Fry. All right, go check out the teacher. Just a jute bag of storm luggage. Is For being so technologically advanced, they are still quite connected to nature. For being so technologically advanced, they are still connected to nature. Just a jute bag, a storm luggage, and barefoot. Well, these guys are. They are. Yeah, the Kroots are kind of like they're. I don't know if they're like from a different planet. I don't know if they got them off of somewhere and integrated them into the Empire, or like what the story is on that. But they do seem like they're like when you look at the rest of the Tau. When you look at the rest of the Tau arsenal, they do seem like they're a little bit basic. But yeah, I don't know. I appreciate their existence, but yeah, they don't. They do seem like if you look at the rest of them, they kind of look a lot more slick and modern and all that good stuff. The Crew Talks writers are pretty cool. Oh yeah. Do you play Warhammer, or are you just an enjoyer of? Are you just an enjoyer? Because I never actually got into gaming with them. I just like paint. I just paint. You know, I like looking at. I like painting them and putting them on shelves. That's my whole thing. I've heard the game has become a lot more simplified since a while back. Like, it used to be a lot more complicated, and now they've simplified it, kind of like streamlined the rules for more people. I might get into it one day, but I need like an army, you know. Let me go get some water. Let me go get some fresh water here. I'm dying of thirst. Let me go get some water real quick. I'll be back.
I bought like one of those tennis rackets. I bought one of them like electrified tennis rackets for killing flies this summer. And so far I killed like 3 flies with it and it works so well. It's like you wouldn't believe how well this thing does. The electrified tennis racket. It just looks just like a little tennis racket. You turn it on, and if a fly runs into it, or how sometimes they get in around the window ceilings, and you can't like really kill them because like the angle is awkward, or it'll be next to your screen or something, and you can't like slap at your monitor. You don't want to break it, or it's just there's some situations like that. But man, if you get like that tennis racket, the moment they hit it, they just get zapped out of existence. Tip: don't put your tongue on one of those. Thanks, I won't. I can't imagine. I mean, it probably zap pretty hard, right? I mean, you see a little spark, but I just can't have flies in my house. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I went through many summers of flies, and I just can't. I don't know why I have so many flies, but if it was a fly here and there, that would be different, but it's not a fly. It's many. Sometimes like, because I let my dog in and out, right? I let my dog in and out of the house, so it just leaves too many opportunities for them to fly in. Put a UV light behind it and a bucker underneath. Oh, it has a light. It has LED lights to attract the flies. You can leave it on its charging station, and then it'll act as like just an ambient fly killer if they run into it. But I don't, because and the reason I don't is because the handle kind of gets hot, which I imagine is the batteries. So I just use it when I need to, because I don't think it's designed to be on, but I don't think it's supposed to be on. It's just because the handle gets a little warm, which means the batteries are hot in there. You know what I mean? Just staying on and charging. There's probably kettle being raised nearby. Something. It could also be a water issue. There could be like a little body of water somewhere that allows them to breed. You know what I mean? Like, it could be anything. It could be anything. Because this house wasn't like house infested. But then like one year there's just a lot of flies. And it could be like because my neighbors changed where they put their garbage, right? I don't know. Like, it could be a multitude of things that increase the fly population. You can make decent mosquito beef in a couple days, right? Have you tried a racket style of fly zapper? Yeah, that's what I just said. It's like a little tennis racket. Like a little tennis racket. Be careful if you experiment with teleportation pods. Right. I think there's also a standalone that is just plugged in. Yeah, but mine is wireless. I'd rather have the wireless one so I can walk around the house, and you know what I mean? Why would I want to... Like, a wired one seems like it would be more of a hassle. I told you, they're spending a fortune on fly extermination. Who does? Yeah, I mean, somebody is, but I don't know. Usually, I didn't know anyone was trying to exterminate them. I thought you just dealt with them. Visually says, I haven't played with them myself, unfortunately, but a friend of my father also painted miniatures, so I know a little about it. He always brought them back from the UK when he was home on leave. Gotcha. That's how Battletech, Space Marines, and WarHammer came together. Right, yeah. The U.S. government is... Are you saying the U.S. government is spending a fortune to get rid of flies? Is that true? I didn't know about that. I thought you just dealt with flies. It's true there are places where small livestock farmers are killing many pounds of flies every day, and it never ends. Oh. I thought you meant like there was like a national movement towards getting rid of flies or something. There are places where... I just refreshed my memory on that documentary. He was in the Amazon. The guy was 22-year-old explorer searching for El Dorado. Refreshed my memory on that documentary. He was in the Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon, that's the one you don't want to get lost in. That's the one where if any mistake can get you it can become a GG situation very quickly.
I put the episode in Yap. Visually WarHammer. Just skip to 137 timestamp to avoid the intro. Gotcha, gotcha. I'll check it out. You said you put it in Yap chat? And watch 8 minutes, you'll see all the crazy stuff that happens. While livestock farmers are killing many pounds of flies. Yes, that also exists. They are creating infertile males, hoping that it will reduce the swarms. Actually, this is a huge and controversial issue. They are creating many genetically modified insects.
Weren't they saying that they were gonna like? Tell me if I'm wrong about this. There was like some suggestion to like modify mosquitoes to carry sort of man, I don't even want to say the word because it's like so controversial, but they were gonna like take the idea was that they were gonna take like certain vaccines and put them in the, I guess, like make genetically modified like bugs that would bite you and you would just have the vaccine by default. I don't, but that is like definitely like something like soft knowledge. I don't, you know what I mean? Something I overheard. Like but they were gonna do that for the West Nile virus or something like that, like the antidote to it. I don't know. Because I guess we have some mosquitoes out here that if it bites you, you can get like a really bad disease or something.
If there's one thing the last 5 years have taught us is that we're on a ship without control. I find all this insane and monstrous. We grew up believing there are rules, limits, and truth. Nowadays, they bribe at FD, and that's it. Noise.
Nice. I feel like I didn't do as good of a job on the bag. Right here, it looks kind of unclean. I need to hit that with leather one more time and just fix it up, I think. Just not sure about that side profile. I don't know, part of that is the plastic too. Hard to tell exactly what's going on there.
There's one thing that last 5 years have taught. Oh, yeah. Weird, like that paint isn't like going on there. Like I'm putting it on the brush, I test it, and then when I go here, like it just isn't there. That looks like I got a little bit on there. I had to do it like 5 times before it like reality decided to sync with what I was doing. It was like there was like a weird desyncing issue between what I was doing and reality. With oil and gouache, the color can change after it dries. What? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do bone white mixed with a little bit of something else. Bone white. I need to fix up his stomach a little bit. But I think yellow, maybe? Like bone white and yellow would make the right mixture, maybe? Or fire orange? I don't know, something warm? Like... Ooh, that's a lot. Man. Some of these colors, they don't all come out the same. I swear, like some of them, like you have to, it's like a goop that you have to squeeze out, and then like the other ones, they just float out. Yeah, see, now it's like... I guess that's how they made moon dust. This looks a lot like moon dust. That's sort of... kind of like... yellow, but it's like a whiter yellow, and kind of, but not just a whiter yellow. It's like a very... I don't know how to describe moon dust. It's like a yellow, but... like desaturated, maybe? I don't know. Hmm. I think that looks a lot better. Instead of that leg, though, still has that bright green is what messed everything up from the beginning. I have to fight that everywhere, every little place where I didn't do it. I gotta find it. I gotta get rid of that underneath the leg and the crevices, because it kind of looks terrible. Double green. It's quite common. Each pigment has different appearance and texture. Yeah, that's true. I did hear about that.
Crazy. The black was just coming out super easily, and now it's not. I need to go get a needle. Sometime. It was just the craziest thing. It was coming out super easily. And the very next second, like I'm squeezing it super hard, and it's just not coming out. I feel like I'm having a hard time with this model here. Every time I redo a part, like something else goes wrong, I feel like. Or it just doesn't look kind of like I'm having a hard time making things look clean on it. Like clean transitions and stuff. It's just like. Looks cool. Quiet. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes it's a struggle. Sometimes it's a struggle. Orange Crute? I don't know if they have orange fruits. I guess somebody said they were reddish. That is like the opposite. I've heard they were like kind of greenish. More inclined towards greenishness, but we can do like a more like inclined towards like a Crute that is more towards orange. Oh man, like isn't that so weird? I keep adding black to this green, and now I'm pouring it out, adding more black, and it's not getting more black. It's the weirdest thing. Like I'm literally reduced to by like ×4 at this point, and it's still like it's still bright. like there's so much black in there. I'm just like I'm gonna have to like shave down this like model because I have so many layers of paint on it now. Like. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we could do an orangish Crute. I think we can do an orangish Crute. Green pigment is probably too strong. You keep saying that, but I'm pouring it out. Like you keep bringing up the pigment, like the amount of pigment in the whatever. But it's like, bro, it's like the paint is no clipping. I'm literally pouring it out into a different vessel, pouring more black in, like just squeezing the black in there, and it's still bright. Like it's functioning outside the realm of possibility. That's not possible for it to do that. It's obviously just no clipping paint in there or something. I mean, it's under control now, but that took way too much.
I felt like I was gonna get through this model pretty quick, but no, like it's sort of the cleanup stage. It's like I'm trying to clean this up and that up to kind of like finalize everything, and it's just like really slowing down the. I felt like I had like 1 or 2 more things to do on it, and now I'm here like 3 hours later, trying fixing the paint. It's more like I just don't like the really dirty looking transitions. Like I'm trying to like fix that stuff, you know. I'm trying to walk away with the victory here. Like walk away from this model feeling like I really like polished it out, you know, brought it home, so to speak. But there's still a couple things to do on it too. I still got to do the knife handle. Still got to do the knife handle kind of stuff. I still gotta put some dirt on there too, and glue on some dirt onto this guy. Once I get done with whatever I'm gonna get done with. Is because you're very meticulous and demanding. I've seen the models that other people paint, and I'm like, okay, I want them to be kind of like that. And I don't know how they maybe the people that paint the models to the way they do is because they take, like, maybe they're just like even slower and more meticulous, which I suspect is part of the strategy. But it seems you know, there is some reality to, like, there's no way to bypass. If you're gonna go all out on a model, like, there's no way to bypass the time it's gonna take. I don't mind taking a lot. I love the fact that you can have like something that looks really good, but it's like tiny. Something about that, like, really just, I really like that for some reason. I'm not sure why it's so compelling to me. You have like cool tiny little things. This is where like having a digital brush that automatically smooths things out would like really come in handy, you know? Because you essentially, like, the way I make render like transitions, if I'm gonna go from light to dark or something in the same colors, I just add more like white yellow on there if I want it to be warm, right? And I don't know how else you can do it. As you go from, you know, as you transition, you just have to change your paint to, you know, as you move down the line. Oops, shit. Oh, that wasn't supposed to go there. as far as that. Okay. But basically, yeah, I don't know. It's some guys are so crazy at this, like the way they paint, or just on a whole nother level, basically. I think I am at intermediates. Like I'm I would say I'm a solid painter. Levels of painting. But nothing like what, you know, I'm not even close to, like, if you look at the box art, and that's real. The box art is real, like paint. And if you look at that stuff, it's kind of crazy. It's like crazy Looney Town levels. Like, it's a specific style. Like, not everyone likes to paint them that way. But point being is that it's a very high skilled, like the box art is very hard to achieve. Or even for people who have been painting for years. It's not easy to get to a box art level, even though it's not the craziest. It's basically like it's like the best quality but most baseline style, right? Like, it's just a clean, high level way of doing it. But it's not but yeah, I can't even do like, compared to box art, I can't like reach that. Now obviously those guys, they got like the cameras and stuff, and you know, they got a bunch of advantages and in terms of how they present the final product. I'm sure they take every precaution to get rid of every like funny seam line that doesn't jive with them, you know, like they take every little precaution to make it look as good as possible. And after a lot of experience, you do it quickly. I suppose it should be possible to create a workflow where you apply 3 coats of paint with an airbrush, then you cover the clothing pieces with a coat by hand. Finally, details. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people do it quicker than I do it for sure. I'm not sure, you know, I've seen people do actually decent job, like with especially if you apply like the dry brushing and stuff. Those people get crazy. If you're a good, you know how to dry brush. For me, it's like especially like if I had to apply it right now, it'd be like too much of a risk. It'd be too much of a. It caught like my finger right there. Like caught my finger, almost fell down. It's too much of a risk to apply like dry brushing like at this point. But the problem is usually if you apply dry brushing in the beginning, the issue you have there is that you cover it up. That's the problem, is that like it looks amazing, but then you just like slowly cover all that up. Except for a few spots that don't get covered up. The only time I've seen it applied really, really, really well is sort of the chopstick or whatever, chop slap or whatever it's called, where they like put like super translucent paint on it. It's like this special paint you buy that's diluted perfectly, and you put it on. You like dry brush your whole model, and then you put that on top. You drop that on top, and then that's it. I think it's like the craziest thing ever. I think I deleted it. I had a huge course on how to paint these little figurines. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm painting now. I don't
I don't think more tutorials will help me because I'm not gonna change my overall strategy. They're getting painted. I'm just thinking about the hair, whether I want to keep the hair kind of like a lime. I could do like a lime green or something like that, but maybe not as bright as quite as bright as it is right now. But I still gotta do the hair on this guy. Maybe I'll do moon dust. Maybe. How bad could that look? You're turning out great. You're doing an amazing job. Oh, thank you. I have to agree with you. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense when you say that. I spent 2024 painting 7 by 15 inch pieces. It was quite an experience. It's a lot of work in painting. Many people teach you to charge for a piece based on size. That doesn't make sense. Painting small is much more work and requires much more skill. I think there's some, I think people like to have a spacious picture where it can be displayed more prominently. I get what you're saying. It does take maybe more skill, but if it's harder to portray like a very big epic vista on a smaller thing, because it just isn't, even though it may be executed perfectly, it's just like, you still gotta like go up to it and like kind of squint your eyes at it, I think there's a downfall to it, I can see what
I can see the point of both sides. I'm just saying that, you know, it's one of those things where I'm sure if you're like a very high level paid artist that has a reputation, you can say like your tiny oil painting is gonna be worth this much, and then that's just what they have to deal with. But in general, I can see the point of saying that, like, hey, bigger is better kind of thing. I ended up moving up. Nowadays I paint at least 20 by 15. It's worth more. People like it more anyway. Yeah, you gotta play to the market. You can't, you know what I mean? You gotta play the market, you know, ultimately. You gotta do what you gotta do. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Been sitting for 3 hours. I'm gonna stretch my legs and all that. I got to the point where I was spending hours applying details with size 00 fine brush, steadying one hand with the other, painting as if I were performing surgery and no one cares. Yeah. Totally understandable. You gotta play to the market. Let me kind of get up and stretch my legs. I'll be right back.
I think the hair's turning out pretty good. I like the way it's turning out. Cool. Glue. I'm getting pretty happy with this guy. The only thing I forgot to kind of do that I need to do is the whole painting the ground. I don't have any of the ground stuff. Let me see if I have a little bit of dirt. I can just use a wood glue till I glue that down. I'm gonna use a toothpick for this. The glue, even if you get it on their feet, it like kind of disappears, so that's good. I don't have to worry too much about the glue. Alright, I gotta do a little bit of... Now, okay, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna do it over this. You guys won't see, but... Just gonna kind of throw it on there. And I'm not gonna paint it now, I'm just gonna let it dry. I'm just gonna let it sit and dry. And then I'm gonna like brush off the excess and then paint it later. But yeah, you really not
this is something you want to do before you paint everything, but... Alright. Shake some of this off. I'm gonna have to let that dry, kind of, and then paint it later, but, you know, once it dries, I'm gonna dust it off and then paint over that. It's just dirt from a backyard or whatever, so... I'm gonna go put this piece over there, and I'll finish the whatever later. How's Mr. Blue guy coming along? Oh, he's doing good. He's almost finished. I forgot to do the dirt beforehand, so I'm doing it now. Where's this guy at? This guy needs a little bit of work. This guy needs work for surezies. But at least this one I spray painted like... At least this one is like darker. I'm not even sure if I did spray paint him or if this is just straight paint. There's definitely some spray paint going on here. We'll see. Anyway, let me go put this guy away. So he's like technically finished. I just gotta do the ground on him. This guy has the ground. I just gotta paint this guy. Alright, let's do... I'm thinking, because somebody said orange-ish, I'm gonna try and do orange-ish without making it absurdly orange. I think that there are... let me ask ChatGPT. Would an orange root be okay to paint according to the lore? Yeah, orange crew is totally fine. In crew, lore skin color isn't fixed. Like, say human skin tones, it's usually changed based on their evolution and diet. White orange Kroot lore friendly. Kroot have this wild trait. They absorb genetic traits from what they eat, so their appearance can vary a lot. Green, brown, pale, green, brown, pale, even usual hues depending on the environment and diet. So orange could easily be explained as living in a desert, rust-colored environment, feeding on creatures with pigmentation. With that pigmentation adapting for camouflage. They're meant to look adaptive, tribal, slightly unpredictable, so going orange isn't breaking lore, it's leaning into it. Alright, let's do an orange-ish. This is a fire orange. Would be kind of extreme to paint with this, but it would also be... I want like a dull depth. Like, I don't want to go too crazy with how, you know, I don't want to like a super orange Kroot. Oh, you know what? The only reason I don't want to do that right now, I'm just sort of realizing this, is that I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing and repaint every single thing on this guy because he's green now. That's why I don't. That's right. Okay. Because going from green to blue was like okay-ish if it was dark, but going from green to like orange is going to be kind of a pain because I have to cover every square like little inch of him to get that, to fix that. Oh, you know what else I'm noticing? The rifle needs a hole. Let's put a hole in this. I want to do all the holes for all the weapons and stuff, so we don't have holeless rifles. So the bluish guy eats fish, the green guys eat vegetarians. uh, Picahus. The orange ones are eating Picahus. I don't know what a Picahus is, to be honest, but Pikachu? Oh, was that turning it orange? I bet orange ones are eating Pikachus. Probably, but I think of like what would turn it orange. There's some fruit that's like that's pretty brutal. I like how you got rid of the S and put an emoji to help me. Thank you. I thought you were spelling like a specific, like it was some fruit from like the Philippines. I've never heard of, like Picahus or something like that. I'm like, it has to have a scientific explanation. True. The orange ones can be carnivorous because of red meat blood. Carnivorous. I assumed, since like I'm seeing a common theme of them carrying like flesh off of their body, like they just have flesh attached to their bodies. I kind of assumed that they were carnivorous. Like it's very a lot of them have chunks of meat just hanging off of them for food. So I'm assuming that they are indeed carnivorous, like as a common theme. But that's just me. I'm just I'm just guessing based off what I see here. think from what I heard from the Warhammer 40k lore, there is no pure good side, but I haven't gone into deep dive on the lore of it. There's snacking on the job. They're snacking on the job. Well, it kind of makes sense. Like the Mongolians, they would sacrifice their horses and eat them and drink their blood and stuff. Kind of makes sense, I guess. You know, just carry the flesh with you. Two cups of blood. Right. Rip horses? What a way to repay them after their horseback rides. Yeah, I think they were just there. I think because a lot of times I'm assuming that a lot of them were probably like, because they were each soldier probably had 4 horses, like one of their main riding horses, one for, you know, a replacement one in case it got killed, and one for sacrifice and one for just carrying weight around. I would assume that they had like a system of, you know, if you were like a wealthy warrior, you'd have like a multi-horse system. You know, depending on their sort of ability and stuff like that, you'd decide which ones need to go and which ones need to stay. Emergency food. Yeah, I'm sure they weren't like, but I know they ate. Mongolians were very. I guess they were large too. Like, people think of Mongolians as small people, but they were like actually one of the taller people back then. They were the average Mongolian was like 6'6".
which, to give you an idea, like 6'2" is pretty tall, I think, right? 6'6" was like their average height. So I don't know why people like. Isn't it weird that like that's not a thing that's known? Mm, 6'6" is giant. I know. Well, if you look at the Native Americans, they were also quite tall. But to correct you, the average height of Mongolian soldier was 5'10". Not true according to what I read. It was the Mongolian nobility that were tall, and in fact, they say they had red hair and green eyes. Maybe, but if you look at the descendants of Mongolians that live there, they do not have green eyes. They are 5'10" today, maybe, like on average. But back when they were only like living their steppe life with their like horses. I know you're correcting me, but like I'm pretty sure where did you get that? Where'd you get the 5'10" number? I was listening to some scientists talk about it, like some historian science people. I mean, I'm going off of the. I'm going off of the. I'm going off of like, because they dig up their bones, right? Like I'm getting that number when like they dig up their bones. You also the tallest average population on Earth was Native Americans that live in America. A lot of people don't know that, but they were like well above that. Again, similar kind of dietary.
You know, with the exception of having a handful of berries here and there, they were carnivorous warriors, and yeah, quite large. The Native Americans were, but now today they're tiny. That's the weird thing, is they turn into tiny people. Well, like once they got on the Western diet. I think, right? That is June Dice. Kidding. Believe it or not, there are still red-haired Mongolians with light green eyes, almost yellow eyes. I've seen there's like these like people in Africa that have blonde hair, like the typical kind of fro hair, but like it's blonde, but it's blonde for a different genetic reason. Like it's the weirdest thing with like regards to like the different color eyes and stuff and hair. Like there's like African people in Africa that have like legit blonde hair, like but it's not. It's like blonde for like different sort of genetic reasons. And I guess they said from what I was told, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. First Transit, welcome. How it be? How it be? How's your day going, First Transit? Good, about to hop on playing Tormented Souls. Nice. I know that from the 7th to the 16th century, people had a deep fear and hated of the steppe people. They call these people Tarantarians, but I've never heard any comments about usual height. No, I would have always thought that they're small. Turned out not true. From what I've heard, I've never looked at their bones, but
From people who said they did look at their bones, they said they were quite large. That's the thing. That's the weird thing about it, is that they were not a small people. Watching, doing good. Watching photos in my lunch break. Hello, Kulia. How are you? Nice. Yeah, let me see here. I'm trying to decide where I want to paint from. I'm thinking of almost going with a bone white for this one. I was considering doing the orange theme, but like it's gonna be so now since he's spray painted. Since he's been spray painted, not that it's really hard to like to turn that around. You know, turn that around essentially.
Mm-hmm. I did a quick check on Crude Army pick. I saw some light colored ones in pale pink, bone white, light green, but of course you can color them whatever you like. Yeah, I've seen all kinds of variation. It's true that even in antiquity, there are accounts of giant men. There was even a Roman emperor, Maximus Tracheus, who is said to have been over 8 feet tall. Yo, there are giant men. I believe there were. Not when I say giants, I don't mean like the way we understand them mythologically. I just mean like somebody just was tall. You know, and I don't mean like giants like in Skyrim, but I mean like, you know, like they were just giant men. You know. I'm gonna go check on my dog. See if he wants to go outside really quick. A man who's 8'2" tall can only have that problem of a brain tumor. Can only have that problem of a brain tumor and giganticism. Yeah. 8'2" is a bit much. You're probably not gonna live a super long time. I would assume. Sure, he ate better than the average Roman, but yeah, I wonder if you can be healthy at that. If at that, I mean, there's like you can be 6'6" and be healthy, right? You can be 6'8", right, and still be like an athlete and stuff, right? 7'2", probably still good. I don't know. 8'2" sounds pretty crazy though. Like at that point, like that blood's got a long way to go. I don't want to maybe you can be totally totally healthy, but I don't know. I would definitely though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate, but I want to speculate. But I often say I don't see many elderly people that are 6'5" tall. Well, I don't know. I would be upset. If like you just die faster if you're tall. It would make sense that you would. It would make sense that being taller would like kind of put you in a grave a little earlier because you just got more to work. Like you got more to do. Like your heart's got more to do. Like right, you got a bigger mass, that more cells that could end up having. You know, there's just more of you that exists that where things can go wrong. Having said that, you know, I don't know. Maybe I should look into it. I don't know. Maybe I should look into it. We'll see. I think that 7'2" is probably like max before it starts to get like super unhealthy, though. You know, you can probably live into your 80s. You know. But yeah, it does seem like being shorter does have that advantage if you want to live forever or live longer. Probably like
5'10" or 5'9" is probably like the optimal sort of stay alive the longest range. Let me go check on the dog really quick. The dog didn't even want to go outside. That's the craziest thing. The dog didn't even care about it. I think what I remember. I think what I remember is those record-breaking people are having complications in their pituitary glands that shortens their lifespan. But if you come to a family of tall people, then most likely the family tree has endured enough. Right. I would say that above 6'4", you will already have serious problems, even if you are even if they are orthopodic problems. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you just made a tall person have a kid with a tall person and just had that be the selection process for long enough, then I guess like the
And then you only took the ones that lived long and then had babies with, then you could just make that a thing that's not as much of a variable. But right now I think there would be. The one I heard is that there are no old fat people. There are no old fat people. Yeah, I think being overweight does do you don't want that. Just health wise. But it depends on me. I mean, I've seen kind of like when I go to Walmart, I see the scooter people. They seem like they're kind of old, right? I need to start doing more abdominal exercises and similar exercises. I'm feeling weakness in my spine from sitting too long. Oh yeah. What I would recommend is get a kettlebell. And this is not medical. Whatever. This is not advice at all, actually. But get a kettlebell, obviously, and don't listen to anything I say. But get a kettlebell, and it doesn't have to be like anything crazy. Don't go getting like the biggest one, right? Just get a 25-pound one, and 20 minutes in the morning, do exercise. Just exercises, and especially like the ones that like focus on your back. And that I started having back issues, and I started doing that every morning, and they went away for like forever. Never had issues. Like literally fixed my issues with my pain just by doing various kind of like back exercises. Man, you definitely want to take care of your back for sure. Gotta be careful with that. Once that goes, man. And be super careful too. If you're gonna do, this life of spending all day sitting down is awful. Yeah, it has its. I mean, like the other night, I went on the walk. I walked all the way across town to like a gas station that I knew was really far away. Bought a bottle of water and walked back. And I felt like honestly, just from like how little I walk around now. Like I felt like my legs were gonna fall apart. Like I could feel my knees, like the tendons. They didn't feel good from just how little I exercise and walk. Like my legs weren't like I don't have any muscle pain. I just know that from the lack of exercise, my legs were like, hey man, like we didn't strengthen these parts because you don't do this stuff. I'm sure if I walked that many miles every day. You need, then everything was strengthened up and I could walk forever. But I felt fine. I don't have muscle pain or anything this morning, which is weird. Which is a little weird because I walked quite far and it was up and down. But it was more like my knees were like, hey, like I'm in, and it wasn't pain. It was I could feel like I had to like focus on like the way I was stepping so I wouldn't like have something go wrong. I had an aunt who at 90 years old had her single spine sticking out about 6 inches from her back. Oh man, that's rough. Change up the music. I thought you'll say by the time you are back, the bottle of water is now empty and you are thirsty, so you have to go back to buy another one. Oh. No, I just knew like I figured that like there's no way I'm not gonna get thirsty walking all that way, so I'm like I'll go. My goal is to walk to a certain
point, get a bottle, and that was gonna be my, like, you know, get back home bottle. I thought you said, modern life is complicated. I don't think I could handle a day of hiking. Well, I didn't, it wasn't a day of hiking. I went after the stream, I did some stuff, and then I basically walked for, I want to say, I don't know, let's say like 2.5 hours? Like 3 hours maybe of walking. It was like in town hiking. It wasn't like extreme hiking that maybe you're thinking of. This was way more chill.
Next day you were pain free. Yes. Weirdly enough, yeah. Pain free. Like no muscle soreness at all, which is very weird. I'm getting sharp pains in my hip joints where whenever I walk for long periods, I'm not even overweight. Sharp. Yeah. The only time I had like a hip like pain in my left hip, I believe, if I'm correct, was when I worked 12 hours a day and I would stand on the concrete floor for that long, and then I did have some pain, and I got an MRI, and they said there was nothing wrong. Dude, that cost $300 out of pocket for them to tell me I'm completely fine. And it hurt a lot. So. $300. That's with insurance. That's like with insurance. I can't even imagine how much I would pay if it was like without insurance. I guess you're tabbed up, my guy. Oh, nice.
Let me see if I got you. Do I got you? How do I go back to the? Alright, I got you. I got your game tab. What are you playing right now? Torment Souls 2. Tormented Souls 2. I might have to. Man, I actually kind of want to watch it a little bit. I'm actually kind of curious. Files and maggots are feasting on discarded meat.
Gotcha.
I got you tabbed up. If I might join you after the stream. Check out what you're playing. It looks interesting. It looks like that classic kind of, what do you call it? Classic. I might have to jump in there.
I would use my if it works, don't fix it logic if it means surgery. Oh yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah. I don't see myself running for marathon anytime soon. I'll leave that problem to the future, Yellow, when zombie apocalypse arrives.
Yeah. Yeah, that pain sucks, you know, having like weird pain in your hip. I knew a guy at work that had that in his knees, and then he had to replace both his knees.
It isn't bad actually. I only get it if I walk for an hour or so. I don't feel anything if I just for just a short walk. Damn, I had a girlfriend who had a relatively rare disease. She had to have a hip replacement surgery. That sucks. It seems to have worked out. She lives a relatively normal life, but her illness sends her to the ICU 5 times a year. It's a genetic disease. Her father and her two brothers have already died from this. I know it's kind of corny to say this, but she's so beautiful. She's kind of a woman that turns heads everywhere she goes. That's unfortunate. A crazy disease to get, you know? You require more minerals. You require more minerals. True, true, true. Every man wants to marry her, and she talks about health problems. Everyone runs away. She helped me a lot to gain perspective on life. You require more minerals. I suppose you'll stop the live stream soon. I have to make dinner from scratch. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Good work, man. Good night. Little Pure Water. Hi, Nikki, for a long time. No see your art is as gorgeous as always. Thank you. I mean, I'm painting minis, but yeah. What, 5 hours? 5 hours? Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here for the night. I appreciate who reminded him of myself. I think guys, I'm gonna get out of here for the night. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Painting minis. I still gotta go through a bunch of these. They are taking a while. Sometimes I watch other people paint and it's like they seem to go a lot faster. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a slow painter, I guess. But I think I'm doing a pretty detailed job of them. You know what I mean? They end up looking pretty detailed and stuff. So that's where we're at. All right, guys. No, I'm not gonna raid out. I'm just gonna bounce. You guys can find something to watch. I'm sure. See you tomorrow, Coolio. See you guys.